Hi, what's up? What's up? Let me see if the audio is on Twitch working. It is, and how is on YouTube? Blah blah blah. Okay, we got this shit. I think we have this shit. Alright, let me compose myself real quick. Okay. Hi guys. Hi. My name is Alderozo. I'm a game developer in a game development industry. I work as a gameplay programmer, C++. I've been at it almost 10 years. Pretty soon I will be having 10 years anniversary. Toby, hi! Dzień dobry. Sion, oh, hi there. Hi there. Hi Sion, hi Jerzyk. Yeah, and today we'll be coming back to the series that was paused for a hot second. Dexterowski, hi! Hi, what's up, y'all? How you guys doing? It's great to have you here. I'm coming back to the series about game design, where I learn how hard it is to be a game designer. I severely underestimated this, that's for sure. And yeah, I had some prototypes already laid down, but maybe let me quickly explain what I was doing here. I had like this whole thing here. Can I turn that off? No. Sion says taking the laundry right now. Oh, so house cleaning stuff. Okay, I already did that yesterday. So I basically was thinking to myself that, well, I know how to program in C++ and how to create gameplay with that, but I always have been given the game design document from a designer, right? But I wasn't really understanding how to come up with some of this stuff on my own. I was thinking, well, it has to be easy, right? So I was having lots of notes, lots of game design documents on my own, Google Docs, fat notebooks like this ones, full of my ideas for my own video games. Like many people do, right? But there was always a problem. I always was writing stuff about plot lines, characters, lore, environment, etc, etc. But when it came down to actually describing gameplay, I could describe the high picture stuff, but the moment I sit down to actually start implementing something that isn't just a direct copy of the game that I know, I struggled a lot with those primary actions that you do in the video game. Like, okay, written all those notes about lore, characters and shit like that, but it doesn't mean jack shit if you pick up the gamepad, you start pressing buttons, and the action that happens on screen just isn't satisfying. There is no thought in that, right? Toby says, it's not that hard. After you try making 20 plus games, you will get a pretty good idea what do you need to plan. Yeah, exactly. I agree. When you train and you attempt it a couple of times, or more than couple, you get the hang of it. Even though I was in the industry for 10 years, I haven't really had chance to do that. I always been given game design, right? So I came up with the plan for a series where I will be playing around with that fact and learning how to do all of this stuff and struggling with it, right? As you do. And I created a game context for that, a simple bow and arrow game when you are running around with bow which in my case is a placeholder gun, but shh, we don't talk about that. And you shoot arrow in the world at objects, and the objects are changing their state, and you as a player are changing the state of the world only with your arrows, right? So it's not the first person shooter where your goal is to kill all the enemies and move forward. It's not fast paced, it's not movement based, because I didn't want to copy all the games that I love, like Titanfall 2 for example, and I wouldn't be able to copy it anyway on my own to the degree that they did it, right? It's not really an archery simulation. It's supposed to feel more arcadey, slower. As I said, to compare it to, I don't know, Mario or Donkey Kong, where Mario or Donkey Kong are running around and changing the world state with their movement and jumping on enemies and jumping on stuff, right? Here I want to make player change the world state only with his arrows. I'm not sure how far I will get with this concept, but we will attempt that. And I would love for all those activities to be in co-op mode. I divided the whole exercise in 4 phases. First phase is MVP, minimum viable product, which is something that I learned long time ago, that before you jump into something super complex, you should ask yourself super basic questions, and unless the answers are positive to them, you shouldn't even move forward. Toby says, I'm currently learning how to make games based on painful math. Oh! So like, what kind of painful math we're talking about? Are we talking calculus? Are we talking... how is it called in English? Całka. God damn. I never really considered this. But integrals, yes. Triple integrals equations or something. Toby asks, Toby, so I assume you're making MMORPG. No, it's not an MMORPG. Yeah, I wonder, what kind of painful math are you invoking there? So, the first phase in my exercise was MVP, and I was asking myself super basic question about my game, which is it fun to just shoot in the air, at the wall, at the stationary target, and at moving target from various distances, right? And until it is fun to shoot in the air, I won't be attempting to even thinking about shooting at the wall. My comparison was I played lots of Apex Legends, and when I just in the training grounds or whatever the name was of this level, it was target range or something like this, I could just press a button for shooting in the air and I already felt satisfied, and I wanted to achieve at least some point of satisfaction with just shooting in the air. Then shooting at the wall, because once again, just like in Apex or in every other game, just pushing your first button and seeing something happen on the screen is supposed to be satisfactory, right? And the same with stationary targets and at moving targets from various distances. It already proved to be a little bit difficult at the beginning, because yeah, shooting in the air easy, shooting at the wall easy, but then shooting at stationary targets from various distances, it turns out I have to rethink all of my idea of what I expect player to do from short distance, middle distance, and far distance, which made me plan a little bit more. Toby answers my previous question about what kind of math. Non-Euclidean. So let's say you go down a hall and turn 3 times 90 degrees. That doesn't mean you will end up at the same place. The main point is that basic 3D rules don't apply. Ah, okay. I remember, damn, there was this game anti-matter and anti-chamber, something like this. That invoked similar, maybe not ideas, but source of inspiration, right? Yeah, anti-chamber is fun, I agree. I remember playing it from start to finish. It was cool. And there was this other game, Superliminal or Subliminal or something like this. I haven't played that one. Yeah. And Toby answers, Painful math because I don't want to use teleporting, but a custom Vulkan engine. Oh, ambitious. Kudos to you. Most games are using teleporting. Kudos to you that you want to do it, you know, the real math way. To get back to the master plan, I managed to pass this phase where all these basic things were properly fun, right? Placeholder assets, you will see in a second how ugly they are, but just pressing the oh, wait a second, is it something important or? Okay. I will deal with that later. So yeah, you will see how ugly it is, but I wanted to feel just an inch of satisfaction when just pressing simple buttons and shooting at targets, right? And right now I am in the phase of toy making, when I treat the whole game space as just big toy box and I'm creating elements, adding them and see what sticks, what is fun, what is not fun, different type of arrows, different type of objects to shoot at, define some game objectives, see if I can come up with a cool way of achieving these game objectives, etc, etc. While in this phase, I'm constantly asking myself, do I have enough toys for a sequence? Spoiler alert, I still not have enough toys to create a small sequence, which would be the next phase, when I'm creating whole sequences of cool actions. Like for example, instead of just shooting through 3 hoops and yeah, goal achieved, why not try to destroy the wall? How do you destroy the wall? You shoot your arrow through the flaming through the ember, and then it goes in the air and attaches itself to a bomb, which triggers the bomb mechanic. 3, 2, 1, it attaches itself to the wall, boom, wall explodes and your hallway is open for exploration, right? Something like this. But you need enough toys to create such sequences, so that's what I am right now. Where I am right now. And the last phase would be scenario making, where I put those sequences together to create like one scenario, one level. And first of all, this will be the moment where Toby says, that's also fun, you get an achievement if you trip all the fire alarms. Yeah. And Toby says, please, can I turn up your talking speed to 2 times? I am trying, man, but when it's not my native language, I am speaking a little bit slower. But I will cut it shorter. Yeah, the last phase will be asking my friends for review when I created this scenario, and asking myself, is it enough, if this was a real production, is it enough to start pre-production of such game? If the answer is yes, then it means yes, I finished my exercise. If the answer is no, this game had this scenario had bad reviews from my friends, and I don't have enough to even start thinking about making it into actual game, then it's going back to drawing board. Toby says, talk in Polish, I don't care. I'd rather talk in English because it's an exercise for me as well. But so, without further ado, today I want to implement like super crude, cartoony fire propagation system. I was reviewing what I did on the last stream, and I wanted to create like this gust machine that was producing wind that would interact with the flame and create somewhat of a flamethrower and was able to break the objects around or something. But there was like some physics problem there, but that's not the biggest case. I sat down and I was thinking to myself, well, is it correct? Is it something that I really want? Just create one object and that's it? Shouldn't I come up with maybe more like toy-like system when a couple of things can have traits and interact with flames, and that way I could create couple of tools that are interacting with flames instead of just one, and each time I'm adding new element that interacts with flames, I'm kind of custom creating this interaction. And I decided, nah, I want to scratch everything I did and create like this super crude, cartoony and ugly looking fire propagation system, but the idea is that it will be a fertile ground for creating tools that are interacting with those flames, etc, etc, etc. So first of all, let me look through all the stuff that I already did, because maybe I will show that off as a quick review. I don't remember which arrow type I have right now. Bow component. Let me look at it, because from what I remember, this is where I have my projectile class and I have my regular projectile arrow. Rastafunk Jr. says, howdy. Howdy, man. How you doing? How is this Sunday treating you? So as you can see, I have my placeholder bow. I have my placeholder enemy. You're just chasing me constantly. This green gun is actually a bow. You can charge your bow. You have all the placeholder sounds. And it fires away, and there are some particles. With particles, I implemented a trick. Because shooting from very far, you almost didn't see particles when shooting at targets. This isn't super far. Super far was like 150 meters from a target. That's what I defined as super far in this project. Get away from me. And when you aimed at something, you almost didn't see particles from that far. So I implemented in Niagara a custom module that, depending on your distance from the particle, was resizing this particle. So they should roughly be always the same amount, should take up the same amount of screen percentage wise. Which proved to be a good idea in the end. Because you still get the visual feedback of hitting something and seeing those particles. Yeah, I hit that. Right? These are, for now at least, stars to collect. That they are looking, you know, kind of ugly. They are not stars that much. Oh, chaos physics is acting up. Yeah, great. Yeah, they were supposed to be breakable, but chaos physics are acting up. Okay, okay. I have this enemy that is chasing me constantly, and I have different type of arrows. Let me quickly switch them. I have bouncy arrow. Yeah, I still haven't implemented in-game type, in-game swap of arrow types. This is something that bounces off walls, which can prove to be beneficial in such stages where I want to hit this thing and I only have, what happened? Physics. Go figure. And the enemy. And I want to just hit that thing, so I can aim at the angle and try to hit that thing, right? With the bouncy arrow. And I have mushroom arrow that acts somewhat as a reverse of what... As if you could take arrow from Mario and just start shooting at enemies and they are getting bigger until they explode with particles. And I have my teleport... no, shark arrow, let's show that. Shark arrow, when you're shooting at something, it produces a shark and it jumps into the air. I overshot it. Yeah, and I could do something with that. And the mode of transportation, which is best being shown in movement range. I have some errors in the editor. Access none, trying to read Starfield. Okay. No wonder. Rastafunk Jr. says, I'm doing alright. Trying to figure out how to make a thing where every living player has to be in an area in order to go to the next level. Ah, so like grouping for instances. That's what you're figuring out. Okay, so I guess you are making an online game. What kind of online game are you making? Is it some MMO-y thing or something? Or some co-op? Yeah. What kind of genre are we talking about? Adventure? Action? RPG? And what engine? Is it Unreal perhaps? It's going to be Backrooms game. Backrooms game? Huh. I'm not familiar with the term, I guess. It's like escape rooms or something like this? And this is the mode of transportation in this game, which is really weird. Oh no! Something stopped working, no! And I don't know what. No! Something bugged out. I was supposed to be flying with that thing. And I know why. Why it bugged out. I think. Because I was supposed to add this. Yes, change this. I need to clear that up. What is going on? What is your problem? Yeah, of course, it was right. Rastafunk Jr. says, yeah, it's an Unreal Engine and realistic. The Backrooms is a horror puzzle type of game. Oh, okay. Could you give me an example of such game? I don't think I played this type of horror puzzle game. I played like what was this name? Zero Escape Trilogy? Yeah. There was something like this when you were locked in the room and you had to escape, kind of like Jigsaw or something like this. Or however this name was being called. This movie was being called. Movie or something like this? That's the mode of transportation I was talking about. You could aim and shoot and fly away in this stupid way. Dexterowski asks, Backrooms isn't a level design specific term? It might be. I'm not that good with the level design and the terminology there. The only thing that comes to me in mind with Backrooms is something that I will get banned for in Twitch. So I am very curious what kind of gameplay we're talking about here. I never worked on a horror game. Whee! This is such a stupid mode of transportation, but to be honest, it is fun to aim like that and just teleport yourself. Just shoot, launch yourself in that way. So I will try to figure out how to fit this into a gameplay somewhere, somehow, because it is so stupid but so fun at the same time that I kinda cannot stop using this ability. So Rastafunk Jr. says, I would say it's like the movie So with mazes. Dexterowski then says, I think the people use it to define how games and level in it look. Okay, okay. Okay, so I get it. So it's kind of like So maybe Zero Escape Trilogy. It is a visual novel, but it contains some elements with it. Dexterowski says, make it more fun, enabling physical ragdoll. Yeah, you could go wild with that concept, right? Like you could enable ragdoll, have some maybe ragdoll combined with physical animations of the character doing something stupid. There's so much potential with this ability that for sure I want to use it in some way, capacity in the future. If not for this small exercise and game, then somewhere else, because it's just too stupid and too funny. Rastafunk Jr. says, or it could be compared to Maze Runner. Ah, okay. So I guess you probably need something when you are waiting for all the players, like, I don't know, a volume in front of some door that is checking if all the players are there, and if not, it's displaying like some prompt that, hey, everyone is almost ready, get your ass here. Kinda like in Left 4 Dead 2, right? If you played that situation, you know what I'm talking about. You are already in the safe room. Two of your friends are too in the safe room, but one guy is just still there shooting because he just wants to shoot shit. Yeah, so there's that. And the thing was, in the previous streams, that yeah, I could come up with the types of arrows all day, but you have to have something fun to shoot at. If you have 100 arrows but nothing to shoot at, it's not really a good game, right? I think, at least. Maybe it would be a good game, I don't know, but I want to attempt creating a couple of objects. And I wanted to create something with the flaming arrows, etc. But as I said, the way I did it was just a one-way interaction, and each time I would want to do something, I would basically have to recreate a new interaction, etc. And it just didn't sit well with me. And I watched the presentation from GDC. I'm not sure it was properly released. Someone leaked it on YouTube when I was watching it, about Tears of the Kingdom, Zelda, and about how they approached gameplay making, and it fucked me up in that sense that it turned some cogs in my brain that cannot be unturned. When they talked about how they were creating a gameplay without direct implementations, just systemic, and it's been sitting on my mind forever since I watched that. I was like, fuck, how can I get back to regular implementations? Or when at the day job I get a game design document and I see that this is just one direct implementation, I'm like, my brain is forever switched. I don't know what to do. Rastafunk Jr. says, yeah, I need to figure out the right way to do it because I'm still new to GameDev. Yeah, I get you. What is the biggest problem that you have with that implementation? Is it the network code? First of all, are you using blueprints or C++? Which way are you going with this? So let me try to do this fire propagation system. I will create a new level. It can be just basic level, just to play around with that. You're using blueprints, right? So maybe I could give you a quick help. There was this great network compendium. I don't know if you know about this. Where is it? From Cedric, from the Unreal community. Do I have it? Yes. I have it here. This is a great resource for many of the multiplayer questions. And Dexterowski answers, Rastafunk, just on overlap begin, replicate player count variable. On overlap begin, check if it is the player, add the value to the variable. On overlap end, subtract the value from the variable. Check if variable is equal to the amount of players alive, then do the action. Yeah, that would be one way of implementing it. Sure, I agree. In the compendium that I sent the link to, you can get lots of information about game states, etc., how to replicate variables, how to send commands from clients to server and from server to all the clients, which is called RPC, etc., etc. I really recommend the good reading. You can do it just like Dexterowski said. You could try to implement something that communicates with the game state and do it that way. There are lots of ways to skin that cat. But just for a quick prototype, doing volume with the overlaps like Dexterowski says, yeah, I would do it. So maybe I will quickly explain what idea I have for this fire propagation system. if I will manage my cables. God damn. Cable management. I'm constantly looking for solutions how to manage my cables. Everything that I saw, it doesn't take into the account my needs. So the main idea is that you can have something that has flammable physics material, PM flammable, which indicates that the flame could attach itself to, right? And you could have something that has anything else, right? Non-flammable physics material. And let's say we spawn a flame here. It was supposed to be red, but I clicked the wrong thing. Right here we have a flame, and it has a couple of parameters. Basically, the flame starts from being small to being super big over time, and when it gets big, it spawns other flames into the 4 directions of the world. Like I said, super simple. We won't be actually simulating the flame propagation. And those flames are traveling in those directions, right? Jumping there and detecting. If they are on a surface that is not flammable, they are triggering lifetime of themselves, which is kind of short, and it dies out. If it is landing on another flammable surface, it is staying there, being small, getting bigger until it gets big so much. My English broken. Until it gets to such size that it will spawn another 4 flames in 4 directions of the world. What do I have more in my notes? Blah 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 blah. Yeah, and that's kinda it. The one additional thing that I want to point out is that an actor can have a trait of being flammable. So if the flame lands on this actor and it has flammable component, it means that it not only flame sticks because it has physics material for such physics material that it allows for flame to stay there, it also can do something with the flame. And the flammable component just basically contains the data of how much flame damage it can take, so we would call it flame health points. Some damage over time is being done to it by this flame, and then the component might break, right? So imagine wooden box, fire on it, it breaks. Or whatever can be flammable, right? Yeah. And the idea is that such flame could also be interacted with by wind, water, and maybe we will see a couple of other things. Maybe our arrows could do something with it, etc., right? I will be implementing all of that in blueprints, which is not the usual way I do stuff at work, because I use C++, and I would probably code it in a little bit different way with C++. I would use gameplay ability systems for sure, all the tags and gameplay effects, but it's just a prototype. I just want to see if such flame fire propagation crude system could be fun. Could we play around with it? Because I already am imagining like rooms full of fire and bubbles of water flying around, and you have to shoot at those bubble of waters that could, and you have to create like your own pathway to get to the safe space, or how you have to trigger flaming mechanism in such a way that things that you want to be burned will be burned, etc., etc. So there will be more like a, I wouldn't call it physics puzzle, but something to, you know, interact with more than just, hey, let's just shoot at this target and that's it, right? You have to plan ahead, realize how this mechanics works, etc. Maybe you need to put some fan in front of the flame, so it will create a flamethrower, kind of like I did in the last design stream, but more in systematic way instead of just one interaction, right? I will be using blueprint interfaces, which I never used because I usually use C++ interfaces for coding stuff. So we will see how this will, you know, work out. Yeah. So first of all, let's contain everything connected to our flames in fire related. I'm always bad with naming conventions for folders. That's why in work I like to use collections, because there's a problem. Sometimes one asset should belong to 6 folders, right? And before, in the bygone era, you would just put your asset into a folder and have people find it there, right? Right now with collections, you can create so many collections that are grouping things in so many domains that one object can fit into 6 categories. So first of all, let's create a new physics material, right? Which is super simple. We will just call it PM flammable surface. We don't need anything more. I don't need to edit those properties. I just want this to be a specific physics material, just to differentiate it from other type of surfaces, right? And now let's create this blueprint class. It's just subclassing basic blueprint actor, and it will be named flame base as usual. And I saw I had a particle, some flaming particle there. Where was it from? Let me quickly reload the movement range, because no, not movement range, shooting range. Let's take this particle. Oh, I already have flame base. Okay, but it was from the previous prototype that I have to delete, I think, because what it is doing. Yeah, it is only interacting with the arrows, etc. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of such implementations. So, and did I call it the exact same thing, the flame base? That's great. Okay. So maybe I should delete the old arrow, but let's save the reference. Where was it? Fire for BP, Niagara, M5, blah blah blah. Okay. And it's N candle fire BP. Great. Let's delete the old flame base, because it's not going to work out anymore. But first, let's maybe delete the reference for it and the level. What is going on? What is going on with my Unreal? Okay. Thank you. And whoa. And let's go here. Let's delete this. Reference in memory and undo history. Good. Now we have only one flame base. And that's exactly what I want. Fire for BP. Let's put it in here. This is our flame. That will be... I wonder if I can scale it up. If not, I will just quickly produce the flame.png and we will be resizing just a billboard. But I think it will be okay with this. Let's do that. And first of all, let's take a look at notes, what I wanted to add here. Yeah, first of all, the radius of spawning, we have the curve of growing, and the particle directions. So, which one I should start with? Maybe let's create the curve of growing, right? So we'll create the curve. That's what I wanted. Gameplay curve. When do we have it? It is a miscellaneous curve. It's going to be a curve float. Curve float and flame growth curve. The idea is that it will be steered by curve because I might have different types of flames. I don't want to have linear growth when it comes to scale, etc, etc. So first let's add the first point, which is at point 0 we will have 1 scale. After like, I don't know, maybe 3 seconds it will grow 3 times. And after another 3 seconds it will reach its max. Or maybe I should normalize that when it comes to time. Nah, fuck that. It's, I don't know, 8 times or 7 times as big, right? Let's create the variable for that. Growth curve. Curve float. Object reference, yes, and we get it. We got our curve. And how do we want to evaluate it? Of course, we want to evaluate it on tick. So let's get this. We should save the moment of spawn, of course. Spawn time, and it's just a float. Set, get game time in seconds. That's how you get the game time that we have right now. This is the moment of spawning, right? It's simple enough. Then we get our spawn time. Subtract. Doing maths and blueprints is kinda painful. I much prefer doing mathematics in C++. It's way easier to do. But this is our duration counting from the spawn time. If I remember correctly, we could just work around with beam and with beam width or something like this. Maybe with scale. Let's see. It was new level, basic, create. Let's once again it was this, right? And was resizing it. Yeah, it was working out. So it will work out. Set scale. Rendering transformation. Can I just set actor set the relative scale? Yeah, and this is my growth curve. Evaluate. Wait, what? I can get time range. That's Another good idea. And save it as propagation time. Because the last key of our curve also indicates where the propagation should occur, right? So we could also save that as our variable. Now, I kind of forgot how do you evaluate the curve in Blueprint. Curve data, set not scale. How did you get value? Get float value. Yes, it was just that. Great. So we'll be getting our float value and using it. Let's split the struct as our new scale. And it should produce our flame constantly growing with time, which should be simple enough. And let's click simulate maybe. And nothing happens. That is awesome. Okay, what is going on? There are errors. What kind of errors? Get star count. Why the fuck would I need some star count? I just want to see my flame growing. And it already didn't work. So let's see what's going on. Did we mishandled something? What's up? Yeah. And yeah, of course, I made an error. It should be like this. And now it should be working. Yeah, it is getting bigger, it is getting bigger until it reaches its max scale. And this is where the event happens. We could actually start timer in here. Set timer by event. Maybe instead of just having this propagation time variable set in here, we could just start event here. This is time at which it will happen. And let's create the event for propagation. Custom event. Start propagation. On propagation started. Will be connected here, and let's just for now print string just to see if we are all right. Getting bigger, 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 and hello, printed. That's great. And this is the moment where we'll be spawning new flames. So let's do exactly that. Let's create event. Another custom event. Spawn flame. And the way I want to do it is we might have some additional different type of flames that might be working in a weird way or something. Or maybe our flame will be in the middle of gust of wind or something, and I want the direction of flame spawning not to be set in stone. I want it to be, I want to have the possibility of influencing the direction, right? So for example, even with no wind, for example, it will always spawn north of the flame in the local space. Right? And suddenly a wind comes from east to the west, so I want to change that direction. So, and I always want to spawn 4 flames, right? So the way I want to do it is, it will be a little bit tricky because we need the base directions that we want to spawn from, the final directions that we want to spawn to, and a possibility of influencing the transition from the base directions to the final directions. So let's do exactly that. Base, propagation, local directions. And it's going to be, of course, a vector, and it's going to be, let's compile that, it's going to be an array of vectors. Because I'm thinking that the base flame might only have 4 directions, but maybe I will have something that has 2 directions, or maybe 8 directions, or whatever. I don't want to limit myself. And let's add those directions quickly, right? So let's look at that. Let's look at it from the top-down perspective. So it, of course, should be x minus x. I want this to be also 1 in y direction and minus 1 in y direction, right? So it will go into each one of those directions. We could, in C++, I don't know how to do it in Blueprint, we could probably add some visualization of those things. So where you are inputting those vectors, they automatically show you where they are going. But in Blueprint, I'm not sure how I can access such visualization. But I don't need it for now, right? It is something to consider maybe for later. So when we'll be setting up level or something, we could see what's going on more clearly. And there's supposed to something that should be called final propagation local directions. That's where the direction mixing will be happening, and this is the final result, right? So for now, let's just, take this, set it as this, and let's just try to spawn it in some distance, right? Local distance from here, and that's where we are adding propagation radius. That will not be an array of vectors, it will just be a float, and let's make it, I don't know, like 400 meters, right? That's great. So now we have calculated our final propagation local directions for the moment where we are spawning flames. Now let's iterate through them. Get, of course, for loop. Very nice loop. Let me take a sip. And we are doing all of it in local space. Let's remember that, because we, at the final stage, we would have to come back to our world space calculation. So let's take that. Our local space 0 is of course 0, 0, so I don't have to get our actor actor transform yet. We just need to get our direction. Our location by default is 0. And we need to multiply our propagation radius. Multiply our propagation radius. Let's change it into vector. Yeah, there's one thing that they changed in Unreal some time ago, that it used to be that you have multiply and the whole list of what could be multiplied with. Right now we just have this wildcards here and there. You click right and you just change your pin conversion. It's way better in my opinion than what it used to be. Now we have the point in local space. So to the north on the y-axis it would be 400 in y-axis, right? This is our new propagation point for a local space, but right now we need to turn it into global space of spawning. And from what I remember, get inverse, that's how it was being called. No, inverse transform. The other one. Dexterowski asks, so now you are making only prototype, then you will start a new project with the actual planned stuff and make it in the right way that they should be. 100% right. 100% right. And for maybe all the other viewers or anyone who might be watching this in the future, but what Dexterowski said is what I strongly believe should be always done in game development, which unfortunately I cannot say it is the case. Oftentimes dirty prototypes are what is being shipped, or things are just being patched enough so it can be shipped. And I fucking hate it as a coder when, you know, the call from the higher ups is like, no, don't turn it into proper C++ code and systems right now. Just ship it, just patch it and ship it because we have no time. I hate it because then we're spending so much more time on patching it and bug fixing than we would if we could just, you know, revert back, create systems from scratch when you know what you are aiming for, and then you have way less bugs to fix, or the bugs are something that you know, is not, how to say it, it's not because of the spaghetti code that you created and all the prototypes that are collapsing on themselves. It's because, for example, oh yeah, you are sending too much information over the network. You need to optimize that in net serialization. Or, oh, we are using too much money on that, let's optimize that stuff, right? Too much money, too much memory, sorry, too much memory on something. Or processing time of a specific data is taking too long. Or something like this. Instead of like, yeah, when I click the gamma button in my menu, 3 additional cars spawns in the game. What the fuck? Which is a real bug that happened. I heard from a person that I work with. And yeah, I had those situations. So Dexterowski, you are right. All of this is a dirty prototype. If it gets through the face that, you know, I get good reviews and I feel good about this game, that I could do something, new repository, C++ code, gameplay ability systems, and now I would be, and at that point in time, I would be knowing what I'm aiming for, I would be knowing what I'm doing, what the game is, what kind of system do it needs, what kind of cosmetic representation do it needs when it comes to animations, for example, how to organize animations, etc., etc. That's exactly how I would love to do it. Dexterowski says, because I rewrited my project 3 times and 1 time from Unity. Yeah, that happens, but you know, in my opinion and in personal experience, it is better to sometimes, when, for example, a shift in the project happens, right? The project was going one way, but you found out that that way is not really great, but you found a new avenue to pursue with your project. It is better to maybe take a step back, rewrite it, and pursue that avenue more. Of course, there are sometimes harsh realities of business when the company is kind of losing money and you just gotta just patch it and ship it and hope it doesn't break so you can get money for the next project and do the next project the great way. Those things happen when people are taking a loan and money is running out. That happens, or early access money is running out or whatever, right? But yeah, when I talk to people that been in the game longer than me, like 20 years, etc., rewriting the code, if you have money and time to do it, that's a good way. In the NoClip documentary about Half-Life 1, they mentioned that, and I think it is a well-known fact, that they had a version of Half-Life running on the Quake 1 or Quake 2 engine, and it was going super far, but they felt like, nah, it kind of sucks, the code is kind of broken and it's not there yet, but we know what we are doing. So if we started once again from scratch, it would be better. Fortunately, Gabe Newell and the other Valve Kickstarter that I forget the name of had money to cover for that. So they were able to produce the game with the proper code, proper implementations, etc. from the start. And kinda rest is history. Half-Life is, one of the best games ever, right? And Half-Life 2. Yeah, Dexterowski says, yeah, for me making the same stuff for the second or third time, it always turns out to be better result. Exactly. Recently I had a similar thing, maybe not that similar, but I had to sometime in the past create a penetrating shot, right? When you shoot your gun or arrow or whatever and it goes through the guy and flies back and might hit another person or another enemy behind. My first implementation and my first job ever was so not taking clever ways of implementing that. Then in my second job, I did way better because it was an Unreal and I had gameplay ability systems to cover my ass. And I had to do something similar this year. And I already did it way better than I used to, right? It's way more optimized, etc. And if I would have to do it for the fourth time in the proper way for the game that is supposed to be shipped, I think it might be even better. So that's kind of the way it works, right? That when you are doing a rewrite of a system that you already used, you already know, for example, which avenue you might turn, wrong corner on, right? And not implement certain parts of your system because they might not be needed, and the parts that were not taken care of are better. How to process data, etc., etc., etc. So yeah, that is exactly the case. Right now I'm just prototyping, trying to find the fun in the cheapest and fastest way possible. And also in such a way that, I will be using more blueprints because I kind of want to force myself to learn more about blueprints, not just being only in C++, right? And also I received feedback when I was just doing some C++ code on stream that, yeah, for non-coders, it is, good sleeping viewing, right? If you want to sleep, because this code was unreadable. And I was thinking, yeah, prototyping in C++ code might be a little bit boring. Blueprint might be more comprehensible and readable, less boring, and when it will come to writing a proper game, that's where I could write a C++ code that might be more interesting because it's supposed to be shipping code, right? So then suddenly it's like, oh, okay, let's look at it. Let's see all the optimizations. Let's see all the ways with which you can create those tools, etc., etc. So okay, let's transform location. That's what I wanted, not invert transform. When it's going from world to local space, I want to go from local to world space. Exactly, and get actor transform. 3D math. The funny thing about 3D math is the best way to learn it is to make 100 mistakes and just bash your head against it until you develop the intuition for that. I remember I had 3D math at university and I thought that I knew it. Then I joined the game development and I was like, oh, I only just knew some theories and how to solve equations, etc. But the actual practice of it and application is a different beast completely, and I had to be humbled. And from what I heard, it is the same case for many people. Unless you have to like write your own 3D transformation and go from one space to another space to another space, go through all the quaternions for rotations, etc. Writing 3D code, you don't know what you're going into unless you go into it, right? Yeah, especially remember in Techland I was writing some codes that was quasi prototype for telekinesis. It never was used anywhere, but there were some 3D stuff happening there, and me and my friend were working hard at it. Dexterovsky says, you are talking much about gas. I do not use it and I'm wondering if should I. It's simple puzzle co-op with players, inventory, shooting guns, enemies. I see that gas is perfect for RPG games. Yes, gas is perfect for RPG games. I probably would use it for that game, maybe. I'm still, we will see what will be the final form of that game because I cannot anticipate it really. Maybe I also won't use it because I might not need it. But yes, for RPG games, 100%. Survival games, yep, I would also use it for all the statistic management, gameplay effects, and how with just application of a gameplay effect you can trigger cosmetics, inform characters, send things over the internet and roll them back. And you get it for free. So RPG games, survival shooters, like competitive shooters, I would use it also because then you might have lots of weapons, lots of statistics, and first and foremost, application of gameplay effects and roll back that gameplay ability system gives you over the network for free is amazing, because otherwise you have to kinda write it on your own. If your game is a simple puzzle co-op with just inventory and shooting guns and enemies, I would have to estimate the complexity of inventory and shooting guns. You might not need it, and if it is not, competitive, you kinda don't care for checking if your client is sending the correct info and is not cheating. If they are cheating in a co-op game, then it's on them, right? Like, why would you cheat on such co-op game, right? So I would say RPG 100%. If my task was to implement RPG or a game with heavy RPG elements, for sure I would be using gameplay ability system. If I was working on a game like, I don't know, Dying Light or Dead Island, gameplay ability system right out of the gate, right? In Evil West, we use gameplay ability system. It is more of a brawler fighter game, but there's so much statistics and turning on abilities and rolling them back if we had such lag that the client didn't know that they couldn't use this ability, so now we have to roll back everything they did. Yeah, we use that. If you want to send some targeting information across multiple abilities, you can use that as well, right? So when your game has enough RPG elements, I would say, which survivals and shooters often do, I would consider it. But if your game is a simple puzzle co-op with, light inventory, guns and enemies, it might not be super beneficial. You might take more time creating systems in such way that they would take gameplay abilities into the account that it might not be worth it. But I would have to know more specifics to, like give the actual proper answer to this. I would love to do some stream about gameplay ability system sometime in the future, just to maybe, show a little bit how to work with it. I might do something like that in the next year, but I have this stream kinda I would have to plan ahead. Like I usually like to go hot-headed and freestyle a lot in here. For gameplay ability system, I would have to a little bit prepare myself, because if I want to just create a pill-size stream about gameplay ability system that would, you know, take 4 hours, it is a challenge to come up with such program, let's say. Because you could have easily the whole course on Udemy that would last for 50 hours just about gameplay ability system. But yeah, the more RPG elements the game has, the likelihood for using gameplay ability system and it paying off increases. Okay, so now we have our location. Let's comment that location in world space, spawn location. The one also tidbit about 3D math and spaces, world spaces, local spaces, etc. is always comment that, because I've been in such cases of code and blueprints where you see 6 transformations in a row and you don't know which is for which space, and you have to follow those links and blueprint links and follow the code to establish what is the space of whatever is going on. And when you have a comment like, oh, right now we're in the world space, oh, right now we're in the gun space, oh, right now we're in the muzzle space, or whatever, right? It helps a lot. And it's in the white color, and I don't like this color for comments. Yeah, this is our spawn location in world space. So now let's do it. Dexterowski says, okay, thank you for answering. Going to walk the dog, be right back. Oh, sure. Have a nice walk, man. And I wonder what breed do you have? I like animals, as most people do, but unfortunately I am allergic to them, which is higher powers idea of a joke, to give a person so much love for the animals and give them allergy for that severe allergy. So and then it's like, you love something but it might, you know, destroy you. It's not a good deal. Anyway, spawn actor from class, blah 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 blah. And our class is of course another, or maybe no, maybe it should be how I did it actually in the bow component. I just, yeah, spawn actor and then projectile class added to it. That's great. So let's add flame spawn class, and let's take the what I wanted to take here. Yeah, class. What the hell is going on? Okay, so spawn actor from class. Go to variable. Ah, it's just supposed to be actor. And flame class. Which of course will be BP flame base, and we should just spawn that. Rotation in our case kinda doesn't matter, and the scale will sort itself out with the logic that we created beforehand, right? And we don't need to have a reference to this actor because it will be taking care of itself. So now let's see if it will spawn new flames in 7 seconds. It's getting bigger, it's getting bigger, it's getting bigger. And kinda nothing. And I know why. Because I created on propagation started event where I want to, for example, trigger the cosmetics of sound cosmetics for flame propagations, etc, etc. That's why I created one event just for propagation started and additional event for spawn flames. But we should just spawn flames in here. And now it will work out. Should work out. You should never say with such certainty in game development. Whoa, and it did. But it went kind of far. And the other 4 ones will also be... Yep. It is propagating. The flame is propagating. Now. Now. Where does it have a problem? Once again, and get star count. Okay, I don't care about that right now. As you can see, if I left this game running, or if I left this running, the amount of actors will be super huge. At some point I might run out of memory, and all of that shit is taking all that time. And that's not a good look, right? So we need to create some way to stop it from spawning infinitely. Right? We already have one way of doing it, which is our flame will only propagate once. That is our first showstopper, our first helper on a way to limit the amount of flames. So we want to spawn 6,000 actors. And also I want to maybe make it smaller. The other thing will be implementation of detecting physics materials, right? Whether it even can the flame can stay alive on a given physics material. If it can, then great, it will stay. If it spawns somewhere on something that is not of flammable physics material, then it should die out. That way it will never actually propagate. So we will have our spatial boundaries of spawning. And that might be enough. That might be enough to limit the situation where we spawn 6,000 flame actors, which we don't want. So let's do exactly that. When we are spawning on begin play, we should do a quick trace. Firstly, let's see my new balance for flame, that it will spawn in vicinity. Yeah. Yeah, and right now it will spawn at infinity, right? Let's put it on the ground first. It has no collision or anything like that, so... Yeah, the particle is kind of ugly because the bigger it gets, it more disconnected from the floor looks. So I might change it into something else. Right? So, let's do a quick trace. We want to have a spawn time. But here will be the decision point. Whether we will be setting timer even for propagation, because we know we can propagate. Or we will set the lifetime of a flame because it didn't land it on physics material. Let's do that. So line trace. Trace channel visibility is enough, right? And we are going to start from... We don't know where the flame might be, so let's start a little bit higher than we are. So let's take our get actor location. And maybe let's split this struct. Let's split this. X and Y are okay. But let's add like a meter up. And then let's trace the same shit down. This is the ending X, this is the ending Y. But let's reroute that. And let's minus 400. Minus 4 meters, right? Down. So we are going up from flame 1 meter and 4 meters down. And along this line trace, we should hit something. We should ignore ourselves, right? But we don't have collision anyway, so you know, it doesn't matter at this moment. I need to buy this plugin that was recommended to me some time ago for blueprint management. We can draw debug for duration, not a problem. And now we want to get break hit result, right? And I want to have fizz material. And if our fizz material is the same as PM flammable surface, that's where I want to set this timer event. So let's take all of this stuff, put it right here. That's what I want to have this event. It doesn't look that pretty, but what ifs, right? If we landed on flammable surface. If we didn't, well, let's set lifespan of our flame. And here is how we should name this variable. Non-flammable surface lifetime. And let's take it into 4 seconds. After 4 seconds, it should die down. And while this is happening, we should probably scale back. So instead of it growing, it should start getting smaller and smaller. We should do this curve in reverse. Or maybe, actually, when I'm thinking about this, we should just use another curve. Let's duplicate that, and instead of growing curve, we should call it dying out curve. Flame dying out, right? And let's create. Let's just kind of inverse this curve. It should go into like, I don't know, 4th second. This should go. It can be in the 3rd second, and it can go into 1st second. It should kind of go like this, but maybe the values should be different. Maybe this should be like 0.1, so super small. This should be like 0.3, and this should be like 1. Now let's zoom to fit. And in 4 seconds, it should go from regular scale to super small. And let's just use that. So first of all, let's get this curve. And we should rename this curve, actually. Flame dying out. Let's save it and turn it off. Flame dying out. Great. So we don't need that. And get time range and get max time. This is your new lifespan. And now it would be nice to add the logic that if we are doing one thing, we're scaling up or down. Which in our reality, we only need one float, really. B boolean is dying out. We only need one boolean for that. I don't need to create the whole complicated enum system. Get. It should be false by default and only true if we are going that route. If we didn't land it on flammable surface. So we are setting our dying out to true. And here's a nice trick. I won't be using branch here. I will be using select. Select. A cleaner way of doing this. And I'm putting is dying out here. If it is not dying out, use growth curve. If it is dying out, use dying out curve. And that way I can still have the exact same logic for scaling, just two different curves depending on the logic. And because we are not on a flammable surface, it should die out. Yep, the flame died out and we saw our trace. It was working out, so we can just turn off our debug type, drawing for line traces. Okay, so now let's put it like this. Let's create our, let's just add shape, maybe plane. Although I remember there was some funny things with planes that I was able to penetrate them with line traces. There was some bug going on. And let's make it so that maybe it will be funny like that. That we can demonstrate that the flames will stay only on the flammable surface, and outside of the flammable surface it will die out, and that way we created a limitation so 6,000 actors won't be spawning. Of course, it means that the responsibility on management of that is on spatial information, so on level designers. If level designer sets up a level in a wrong way, it might produce 6,000 flames, which might not be an intended result. Right? Let's save this level maybe. Save current level as primary action maps, flame propagation range, because we'll be doing all the things related to flame in here. Maybe the whole game will be about managing flames through your arrows. I don't know. Or maybe just one subset of levels. And I close down my Explorer with the chat. Explorer. Internet browser. Okay. So I think we're not set for the test because we don't have our physics material. PM flammable surface. It's getting bigger, it's getting bigger. And new flames appeared. But that one is dying out. And more flames appeared. But they are outside of the flammable surface. And now something weird is happening. New flames are trying to appear. Something weird is happening, I'll be honest. Yeah, I messed up something. First of all, let's take this actor and I want to put it on the surface of that. Second of all, I kind of want to make it look a little different. Where are the materials? Cosmetics, just red. Wood target, yeah, let's give it that. There we go. And I have some bug in here because the spawn flames shouldn't happen. It should only occur once. And it was occurring indefinitely. I had suspicion that this spawn flames event was happening constantly, even though I said it is not looping. I wonder. There are only 4 of those. Yeah, let's just add debug here. New flames are calling begin play. Yeah, they are. And they should. They should trace here. Go through here, trace, detect the... I don't know if you're spawning same actor, but if so, that's the problem. It is spawning the same actor, but from what I understand, at the begin play it should detect the surface. After the surface has been detected, of course, when the surface is wrong, you know, it will be dying out, and it should even set the timer for the event of propagation. And the new flames should do the same logic at the beginning and try to spawn new flames. But after they spawn new flames, they shouldn't try anymore, right? So they should die out immediately. So let me see how many times print string on propagation started. How many times it happened, because I'm thinking that they are being called more than once from the same actor, right? So it should be 1, and now I should have only 4 prints. 3, sorry. I have 3. No worries, no worries. Yeah, but now it should never spawn, basically. So I'm not really sure what is going on. Okay, let's pause it for a second and let's escape. How many flame actors we already have? We have 500 actors. Wow. Yeah, so going to 6,000 actors wasn't an overshoot. If I left it on for a little bit more, we would have 6,000 actors. But after one spawn happened, it shouldn't really happen more. Okay, I will add another thing in here. This isn't something that I want. Debug point. Yeah, draw debug point. I want to see get actor get actor location. Yeah, because event tick is only doing scale thing, so it doesn't matter. Spawn flames is only being called from event, and it spawns BP flame base actors. So after one flame actor spawned others, it shouldn't trigger this at all. I wonder. Yeah, but let's just create those debug points. I want to see if those points will be at the same place. And duration, I don't know, 6 seconds. And point color, yeah, it can be something that I will see in those flames, so maybe green. Let's see what is going on here. There is some simple error in here that right now I don't see. We have 1 point in here. Great. Those are dying out. Great. And what is happening then? Okay, I think I know what is happening. Yeah, I think I know what is happening. It is funny accident. Yep, it is funny accident. Okay, let me take up the paint. What is happening, and an error that I made, that I right now need to fix, is I have flame 1. It spawns things in this direction by a specific distance, right? Distance, 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 distance. Flames are being spawned here. And guess what happens? The same exact distance is being calculated in each and one of those directions. So it does spawn something and here. So yeah, another flame is being added in here. And then this flame, what does? After a couple of seconds, it lands on the physical surface. Once again, it detects, it just spawns things on the same exact distance. So it's going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth like a yo-yo, and constantly spawns in the same places new flames. So what we need the management of, hey, we already added some flame in that space. And the funny thing is, in C++ code, I would do it easily. I would create probably a subsystem, world subsystem, that would contain an arc tree or a hierarchical grid, and I would add new flames there on spawn. And when I would be trying to spawn a new flame somewhere, I would be first seeing an arc tree if I don't have a flame there already. So I wouldn't be spawning the same flames all the time, and I would be doing it from C++. Let me write it down. From world subsystem, I would create it so that all flames on their begin play would be registering there. And I would, depending on the game, I would keep it in the oct tree structure. It is oct tree 2 from what I remember in Unreal, or hierarchical grid. Hierarchical grid 2D. If I'm working more on a flat game, right? Or I don't need Z information for some reason. That's what I would do in C++. But now to figure this out in Blueprint, I'm not sure if I have an arc tree in any way, shape, or form. Can I even access arc tree? No. Tree. Behavior tree. Great. Speed tree, tree view, no. I don't have these tools in Blueprint, so I would probably have to come up with a bullshit idea. I mean, the first one is let's just add the collision here, and before spawning, let's just do a simple trace or overlap test or whatever, and see, oh, there is a flame already there, so let's not spawn, etc. But then there is the collision management where the size of the flame might be so big that you could actually spawn flame in there, but we are just colliding with the flame by, you know, like 2 millimeters of penetration. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of this idea, but also I'm not a fan of idea of spawning, creating flame manager in Blueprint. And re-implementing Octree in Blueprint. Yeah, I think I have to go with collision. Like, octrees and hierarchical grids are amazing at storing spatial information, and if you want to ask about, hey, am I in vicinity of something, it is implemented in such way that it is super fast to get this information. If I did this in Blueprint and just keep the list of all the flames that I created and their positions, I would have to just, I don't really, or at least I'm not aware of any way, shape, or form in Blueprint form where I could quickly go through this whole list without taking a hitch on CPU. Because I would have to go through each and every point and do a check on that. So that goes out of the window. I have to do the collision test because underneath the Unreal hood, the collision system also uses Octree. So in a way, it will be using an Octree. I'm not a fan of this solution because of reasons. I wanted to have the collision for gameplay reasons when I will be shooting flame at it, etc. But we'll be using it for management as well. So here we go. Let's add... What kind of collision actually we want to have? It should be a sphere, right? Sphere collision, I think. And let's set it up so it actually... What is up with this? Let me maybe just put it more like this, so it's 1-to-1 with the visualization, which means, of course, this should go a little higher. And let's see further. What do we need more from this? Yeah, we just got a collision that will be growing with the flame because I'm growing the whole actor with the scale. Our sphere collision, it has overlap all dynamic. And we are world dynamic. Okay, because we might be moving, that's why we are dynamic as well. I might be implementing some moving flames or whatever in the future. So before spawning in this thing, I should do a collision test. I kind of forgot the name of it because I don't even want to spawn. I could do it the lazy way that on spawn I am checking if I'm overlapping with another flame, and if I am, that's just, I will just kill myself. But still I will be spawning unnecessary actors. So I want to do a check before I even spawn something, right? Because why waste memory and CPU just to kill something in the next frame, right? But I kind of forgot how it is called in the blueprints. It was called trace, sphere trace, something like this, if I remember correctly. Box trace, it can be box trace, whatever. Yeah, multi-box trace, or maybe multi-sphere trace by... Yeah, we can go by trace, but... Is it overlapping with visibility? Yes, it is overlapping with visibility. Great. Or maybe just a regular multi-line trace will suffice. No, I might not hit it right. Okay. Multi. Sphere trace by channel once again. Visibility, we are ignoring ourselves, and I want to start just as I did like this, but I want multi because this trace won't be blocking on flame, right? It will be blocking on the floor. So I'm doing multi so I can actually go through hits and see if I'm hitting the flame. I could probably do it in a less crude way, but oh, that's not what I wanted. Split and split, X and X, Y, and let's hook up Y. Start Z and Z once again. The radius, let's do like 50 centimeters maybe. It might be already too much. Let's not trace complex at all. I much rather do that in C++ because look at it, it's messed up. Then I would have access to octree, etc. And I remember, I think in the project that I'm working on right now, I did some things to at least create some interface that I could write into octree that is sitting in some world subsystem, from what I remember. And now for each loop, I want to see break hit results, and if my hit actor cast to BP, flame base, and if any of the hits, and it should be with the break. Sorry for that. It should have been with break, because once we hit one guy, I don't want to spawn anymore. Even if we hit one flame. And if I did that, if I completed everything and I didn't hit anything, that's where I want to spawn. But I wonder if completed is being called on breaking. That is something that I'm not sure is happening. It might. So let's create a variable. But I will be doing it for 4 different directions, right? So yeah, it should be B is spawning. B is spawn colliding with another flame. Yeah, long name, but whatever. It should be cleared at every moment where we want to spawn flame. And if we hit something, I can just go set this as true. Unfortunately, we have to do the super ugly thing that I hate how it is being done, that the break node introduces this kind of white loop. It looks ugly when you're looking at this blueprint, and then you see something like this, you're like, oh my god. Someone hacked away something, and I did hack away something. In C++, I would do it in a different way, but we're dealing with blueprints. So, you know, it will be all right, and then we do this. We branch from that. And we spawn anything, only if we didn't collide with anything. That is flame, of course. Woo! Let's see if that logic worked out. If it did, then great. I need to take a quick break. If it not, I will try to spend a couple of minutes on it more. And propagate. Boom. This is dying out. Yeah. There's like one propagation somewhere, but yep, it fixed the problem. It did fix the problem. We only have 6 flames. Our limitation worked. It's not done in a way that I would ship the game with, but for the prototype, it will do. Dexterovsky says, I can't imagine how people are making games with BP only. Yeah, you know what? Me neither. There are so many cases where I just want to inject C++ code. Yeah, like for example, what I did right now is so unoptimized and roundabout way of going about doing something like this that yeah, if you were shipping something like this, you would see in Unreal Insights, which is the profiling tool for Unreal Engine, every time a flame spawns, you will see this hitch on CPU where the multi-trace is happening. And the more flames there are, the bigger the hitch would be. With the C++, you would not see the hitch because I would just be asking the octree, hey, is there something in vicinity of my point? Oh, there is? Okay, I don't do anything. You would just see the octree traversal, which is super fast. Or hierarchical grid 2D, whatever. It would be better. Okay, so we got our propagation. And what will be happening after I'll take the short break? As I said, here we have our base propagation local directions, but I want to influence them. I will add some mixing in. So the propagation can be influenced by potential future wind. That's what I would love to do in here. And is it everything that I want to do? Let me look at my notes when I was designing this whole thing. We have flammable surface, yes. Yeah, the only thing that I could do potentially is add some visualization where we see this flame being spawned on the original flame and actually traveling to the destination point. I could work on that cosmetic. Mixing of wind. Yeah. Yeah, mixing of wind, the cosmetic visualization of it actually traveling. And maybe, like I said, we will do some blueprint interfaces to create our actor that could be damaged over time by flame. And maybe I will do like a first introduction of water interaction where you could have a volume of water or something with water property on it, and it will be clearing the way and putting the flames out, right? Maybe we will manage to do this, but for now, after the small break that I need to take, I will work on the wind mixing in here. And the cosmetic for the actual flame traversal. And then we will try to do some blueprint interface work. I never used that, so I wonder how it compares to the actual C++ interfaces. I hope it is one-to-one, but we'll see. So with that burning flame image, let me type it in the chat. I cannot type, as I can see. And see you guys in like a hot second, like a minute or two. And I'm back. I'm back. Ah, and I wanted to take my gingerbread cookies. Yep. So tasty. So, wind mixing, right? I need something in between base propagation, local directions, and the final propagation, right? And normalize it. So the way I see it, I'm encountering a certain problem because I can have a known amount of directions. I cannot make any assumptions about that. But whatever the wind from somewhere to somewhere is going, it is only in one direction, and it should influence all of my base values. So, I will create a custom event called mix in propagation. Come on, add custom event. Mix in propagation direction. And it will just be an event with an input of one vector direction to mix, and it should be added to every other direction. And after that, the direction should be normalized after just adding. Do I want to add something crazy to it? No, not really. The math will take care of itself. So, base propagation. How to organize that? Because I have final propagation, local directions. I have my base. Oh, those gingerbread cookies are so good, man. I should create a simple logic in here. With my final propagation length equals to 0, then I'm just copying it. If not, it means that I have some mixed in direction. It probably can be done a little bit better, but for the prototype it will be do. It will be do. My English is so broken today, more than usual I think. And it's weird because I am well rested. I had a good night's sleep. Which is also weird because it rarely happens. I woke up before alarm clock, which I don't know if it happened in the last 15 years of my existence. Yeah, we are going for each loop width. It's not that hard to mix in this wind direction because once again we are doing just a cartoony version of flame propagation. I was wondering how you could do the more real-life simulation propagation. I saw some research paper and I decided I'm not going that route because this game is supposed to be arcadey and a stupid one. Real flame propagation and physics of it is completely different. So okay, we're going with that. I just had an idea for a better hookup here. This should be happening on begin play. After we know that we will be propagating. Let's just copy that right up front. And then let's just operate on these values. So not the base propagation. And we don't need that. Already figured out a better way of doing it. How many times do you have, guys, something like this where that you are working on your own systems and functions and in the middle of them it's like, I know how to do it better, and you rewrite. You're almost finishing and then you go, wait, I know how to do it better, and you rewrite again. Even if you pre-planned everything on paper or whatever, it still happens, right? It is funny like that. Okay, so final propagation, and we'll be constantly mixing in, because before start of the flame and the propagation event, wind can go one way, then another way, then another way. Player might put, different wind generators in the different positions. Which also made me realize I will have to create custom Niagara, because right now this candle, yeah, is a great placeholder, but you don't see in which direction the wind will propagate. And in my opinion, just by looking at the flame, you should be able to judge that, okay, my wind is blowing that way, so it will all propagate in that way. To the north, for example. Oh, there is no wind propagation, so it looks like it might go into 4 ways, etc. Dexterowski says, worst thing is not knowing how to do the system properly and not having any idea how to implement it in the best way. Oh yeah, I face it all the time. Even though I'm almost 10 years in, oftentimes I'm being asked to do something. I mean, most of the time. I'll be honest, if my job was consisting of the same tasks over and over, I would probably switch jobs. No, but on the real side of things, usually I always am being tasked with something that I don't know. And you don't know how to do it in the best way because you never interacted with it. That's the first thing. You never even considered such interaction or usage of system or creation of such system. And at the job, you are being asked to estimate how much time it will take you to, complete the given task, right? Because we need to put it in Jira. And then it's like, okay, give me the D20 dice and I will give you the answer. Because really, I first need to do some research, sit down, play around with the concept, play around with the code, play around with the system. If I'm using new plugin or new functionality that I never have used before, I don't even have any preconceived notion, and it's just a guessing game if someone asks me to estimate my work time at this point. And the worst offender is when someone tells me, oh, it should you take, non-coder, not someone who already did something like this. Like, I don't know, some artist or producer tells me, oh, it should take you 4 days. And I'm like, on what kind of basis you are making that judgment call, right? You don't know. I don't know. So usually you know, you have to use the argument that, okay, first you need to research the thing, right? So that's where you are trying your first implementations, play around with the system. You don't know what is the best way, but while you are implementing it, playing around with different ideas on paper and code, you measure stuff, etc. You realize, okay, this is not a good way, this is not a good way, this looks like a good way, and with the experience you can pursue certain avenues faster, estimate what might be the problem further down the future a little bit better. But it doesn't matter if someone is a junior developer or a senior developer. When you have to do something that you never did before, you always start with research. How other games implemented it? Are there GDC talks about this? Or maybe some forum posts, or maybe on Unreal Source Discord someone mentioned something. Or maybe you know someone who worked with the game that did something similar. Maybe, you know, ask them, send them an email like, hey, how did you went about this, right? And if you don't have such sources of information, you won't know unless you try. And sometimes it is a hard concept to convey to people that never developed anything code or blueprint wise. But they are demanding that you do it in 4 days. It's funny like that. Fortunately, I can say that because all of the game development is more accessible to more and more people can sit down to Unreal, Unity, or Godot. More people get to hit that brick wall, and the understanding among producers, artists, etc. is a little bit better of, oh, the coder needs, or implementator needs some time to figure things out so they can do it in the best way possible, right? But it needs time. I agree, this is the worst thing, not knowing how a system should work properly, and you can only get this knowledge by trying and failing. It is the most frustrating, but at some point you get used to this frustration and you know, just use it as a part of your workflow. Dexterowski says, I am in such situation. I want to implement gameplay events for level objects like doors, buttons, something similar to Source Engine IO system, and how to replicate it properly. Oh, there is one plugin that Epic did. What was the name of it? That tries to handle this, but I never managed to use it. Maybe I'll do a stream on it. Then Dexterowski says, I have done it and it works, but I'm wondering if it is the implementation I want it to be. Okay, so interaction systems. Quick anecdote, probably longer than quick, but I worked on a couple of projects and each time interaction system was completely different. Even though if you played those games it looked the same. You approach something, you click something, and then reaction happens. Or you can put something from the items inventory or object inventory that you clicked on and you want to put it in your own inventory, right? On the surface level, if you played all those games, you would be thinking, yeah, they had to be coded in the same way. Literally, each system was being done with completely different assumptions, especially when it comes to network handling of things, etc., etc., etc. Interaction system, depending on complexity, of course, is a not trivial thing. The same with inventory systems. These are non-trivial things. Like, I know I have a friend that I worked with, and I saw his interaction system, and it was like super well thought out. It had cases that I never even thought of because I never implemented inventory system beforehand, right? And I asked him, how did you get so good at this? And he told me, basically, I written like 10 shitty interaction systems before I got to such point where I can anticipate what might be needed depending on the game, right? Yeah, so interaction and inventories are non-trivial. And the plugin that Epic did, Unreal Engine interaction system, interaction plugin? No, it wasn't named like that, right? Ah, yes, it's called Gameplay Interaction Plugins. I will paste it in the chat. I haven't used that, so I'm not really sure how it works out. I want to do a stream on that next year. But before I will do that, I need to learn more about state trees. In the project that I work for currently, other developers are using state trees for AIs. We don't use smart objects, so I also don't know what that is. And you know, I would need to first learn about state trees, smart objects, and then I feel I could maybe attempt to parse through this gameplay interaction plugin. But even judging from the description, when they are talking about contextual anim scene, it seems like they take in such assumptions that not every interaction will be possible, right? So we'll see. I want to plan such stream for the future, but you know, state trees, smart objects, and then this. So we're talking like at least, you know, 3 weeks of trying out different stuff before I get to that, and I want to do it in the next year, because next year I also want to attempt, a little spoiler, more about AIs. But from what I heard from AI programmers, I mean enemy programmers, I don't know how to really use AI as a name anymore because it is connected to different things right now. Enemy programmers, they told me, yeah, don't use behavior trees right now, state trees is all the rage. So I just want to, you know, look at that sometime in the next year, because I also want to, you know, create some enemies here. And from what they also told me is that state trees are amazing to create just an objects in the world that are having states. It's basically a finite state machine that is easy to use and was needed so much in Unreal for all those years before, right? So I really want to learn that, because it might turn out that, hey, all of those blueprint shit that I do here, maybe it can be just recreated in state tree in a way more manageable way. We'll see. Okay, now add the new direction to mix in from a wind perspective. And here is where I will probably use blueprint interfaces, because wind might affect different things, not only flame, right? So I might need blueprint interface called wind interaction or something like this. And then if some wind actor collides or is in some way touching something that has wind interaction interface, it can call the function, and then the actor that has the interface can actually decide what they need to do with the given stuff. So we will take care of it in a second. Let's just finish that logic. That okay, final propagation, local directions, normalize, and set. Can I actually that's intriguing, because it is working on a reference, right? Can I actually affect this guy at this moment? Or should I go like get a reference, array index, vector set? Wow, I'm just freestyling right now because I never really did it like this. Whoa. I wanted to split this. I'm not sure if it works like that. Because I'm not really sure how it works off of references, etc. And can this for each loop modify the element that it is working on right now? because I just cannot do a set. Yeah, maybe this is... Okay, sets the value of the vector directly. Maybe it is working like this. And it will go through all my stuff. It did normalize everything and then set this vector as this. Now I'm wondering about order of operations. Will it trigger all of this before calling that? It should. Okay. So the mix in propagation direction is ready to be called from somewhere. And spawn flames is... Let's see if it still works, if we didn't break it. It sets timer and... Yeah, let's see if it still didn't... If I didn't break it by accident. I love to check things almost after every change because I used to not do it and there was a problem because I was adding so much code, etc. and suddenly something breaks and I was spending too much time on trying to figure out which change actually broke something, right? When I was just starting in this business, in this adventure, it does work out. And I was also even, you know, more experienced programmers than me do this mistake. And right now, I just, you know, do a small change, see if it works. Do a small change, see if it works. If I'm working with repository on Perforce, let me submit small changes so I can revert something that breaks way easily. Okay, now to create this blueprint interface. I never really did it. But the way I want to implement such gameplay interactions between systems, there is this whole flame propagation and there is this whole wind thing that I don't even know how it will look right now in the final shape or form. But I already want to test it out without so much as creating some hacks. I was thinking about interfaces. So maybe I will just have the folder called interfaces. No, I don't like that. Wind related. The name conventions might change depending on what will happen. And blueprint interface, right? And we will call it BI wind interface. No, wind affected. And we have our new function. We will name it... How should we name it? On wind with direction or wind interaction. And that way, the object itself can decide what it wants to do with the information from whatever wind system or actor it might be passed on. Because there's also another thing connected to interaction between different domains that can be tricky, and I will tell you what I mean in a hot second. I have this on wind interaction, but I want to add input here. Call it in wind direction. And it's a vector. Now, from what I understand, I can just go into class settings, implemented interfaces, wind, BP wind affected. Now I have this interface. Something changed here. Interface, yes. Here I have a function of this on wind interaction, and of course I will call mix and propagation. Mix and propagation direction. And if some other cosmetic stuff or systematic stuff will be happening, I could just invoke it here, right? And what I mean by interacting between different domains. Let's maybe clear all of that up, because it is something that I had endless discussion between programmers, designers, implementators, and everyone has a little bit different opinion on it from what I read. And certain games require, because of what they are, they might change the assumptions of what the interaction is, really. That's why it's so hard to create a generic interaction system, and why so many games are actually going with the super specific implementation. So I am even more curious about what Epic did with their plugin and how far it can be stretched. Let's say we have domain A, flame, and everything connected to flames. So it might be just, singular flames, one flame. It might be eternal burning bush, or I don't know, some fantasy flames or whatever. That it is flame, but it's not a regular flame. Some fantastical object is being burned, so it has different properties, etc., etc., right? And then we have wind or ice/water domain, right? And you want to have those interactions between them. There are multiple ways of going about it. The way I will go about it, because I'm not sure what systems I might need in the future and what will be the interactions, I am implementing it in such a way that, okay, any object or system from a wind can tell the flame, hey, I am interacting with you, right? Here is my data, but I don't change anything inside of you, right? Which creates this separation. And here a flame can receive this data via blueprint interface, right? And decide, oh, I received this data, I can do something with it or ignore it, right? Oh, burning bush also received this data. I can do something with it or ignore it and invoke very specific reaction to this data coming from whatever wind object, right? So wind only can inform flame, hey, I'm interacting with you, and send some data, but it doesn't call actual functions in there outside of interface, right? It doesn't change variables. It doesn't move flame around. Flame only knows how it behaves on interface function being called, and it can interpret the data on its own, right? Which means if I want to share some functionality between those things, I probably need to start making components that will be having functionality that can be connected to this interface, right? If I want to share this data. But if the game design will turn out to be as such that this flame behaves completely differently than this and then this, then I have a safe space to do it, right? And the same with ice water. Like if water collides with flame, I can just send the data, hey, I am water, here's my data, and flame can do whatever with it. Or flame can touch on ice. This is a more interesting example. Flame touches on ice. What should happen is that both ice should melt down, right, into a puddle of water, and flame should die out. Who decides on what? This is also something that, you can spend hours on discussions. How it should be done, and different people might have different opinions about that. Because I'm not sure what I might be ending up with for re-implementation in the future. I am taking an approach that, well, flame will interact with ice and it will tell it, hey, I am flame. Here's my flame data. Do whatever the fuck you want with it, right? While ice will interact with flame and tell it, hey, I am ice, this is my data. So ice object can decide about its own state with the data given by flame, and the flame object can decide what it happens with it thanks to the data from ice, and they don't really talk to each other in any way, shape, or form. Why it is so important? Because some implementations that I saw in my life and I committed in my life myself might be doing something that Flame actually changes variables of ice or calls certain functions, so suddenly parts of ice logic might be inside of the Flame blueprint, which will be confusing for someone outside of the project or new to the project to read, or for me 3 months from now might be looking at it and be like, what I meant here, why does Flame is doing some ice logic in there? So that's what might happen. And the second thing is that creating prototypes of those interactions will be harder and harder the more I just create a tight coupling between those two systems, right? And when I have the interface in the middle and Flame only decides about its own states and Ice only decides about its own states and the only thing they can do between each other is just send some data and that's it, I anticipate that I will have an easier time to change mechanics, fix mechanics, and create those interactions between objects from different domains. This is important because it's super easy to create spaghetti code, especially on game jams. I created those spaghetti codes, and you know, an hour before shipping, it's like, fuck, everything breaks because one line of code or one blueprint event is messed up, but because of the tight coupling, 50 other objects and 20 other domains are also not working. With such stuff and such separation, I am hoping that if I make a error in Fantasy Flame, only Fantasy Flame will be broken, not whole ice system, not whole wind system, etc, etc. So that's why I'm making such emphasis and I'm talking about this in such elongated time. So. For now, our BP Flame will only be implementing this function even on wind interaction. I'm not sure what I will do with wind yet. But there, you know, if this is a game about shooting arrows, I can imagine I could go wild with that concept. About the fact that, for example, I might need to hit an object, but I don't really have no access to it. I don't have bouncy arrows yet. Or even if I have, trying to do this that way might not be working out. But I can, for example, set up, I don't know, some fans or some other wind objects in such way that it will create a guiding lane for my arrow that will hit the object. Maybe something like this, right? But that's for the future to consider. This is for future considerations. So, yeah. This is that. And now let's maybe create this simple wind object. But there is another bug that I'm right now seeing. Is it? No, maybe not. We'll see. So let's right now maybe create a simple wind actor that I'm not sure what will be doing, but it will be doing something probably in the future. Let's call it BP wind actor base. I'm not sure what will be happening with it yet. The one thing I want to do is give it box collision. Make it so it can be affected. I want to create an arrow component so it will be showing me wind direction. Yeah. And I want to connect to... First, I want this to be my root. And now I want to implement on overlap, on component begin overlap. That's what I want to implement. And if other actor does implement interface, and it is blueprint interface when affected. Then I want to get this interface. Or can I just call this function? How does it work exactly? On wind interaction. Can I just call this on wind interaction? On wind interaction? This does nothing if target does not implement required interface. I will do a quick check. I'll do a quick check if not checking for the interface will crash the engine. We will see. But also get forward. Get actor forward vector, that's what I want to do. And now transform direction from local space to world space, exactly. Get actor transform. And let's connect it here. This is our wind direction. We do have one error. I just realized that because that's why it should be called in here. In wind direction, world space. It is in world space. So here, this is what is happening. Between this and this, I need to inverse transform direction. Get actor transform. I need to change it into local space because I'm sending this information with the world space because no one knows the origin of my actor, or even if it is being called by actor. Maybe it will be some global system. Or some huge volume that will have different wind directions inside of it because it might be partitioned or something. Lots of stuff might be happening. So I want to send the information in the world space. Transform it into local space. And this is the direction that I will mix in. Yes. And that will change it, and it will be going back once again to world space before spawning. Okay. Woo! We fixed the bug that might be hard to deduce. Why it's not spawning in the correct direction. And it is being hooked here. In the world space, we have the name here, so I won't be creating comment here. I will be creating comment here. Local space, of course. How to change the editor's comment color? Well, just go into editors, comment, default comment node title color into black, boom bop. And we have it. Yep. Great. Let's compile that. Yeah, it does that. If it has this interface, then it will be working correctly. And I don't want this to be hidden in game. For now, let's not have it hidden in game. And yeah, let's see if it will work out. If we will be able to influence the direction of spawning. So if I will put it in here, rotate it. Maybe let's make it a little bit bigger in this axis and this axis. and this a little bit. And while I will unpossess myself, I will move this volume into this flame. It should influence spawning direction as such that it should generally move in the -x axis of the world. Let's see if it will work out. I moved it. It didn't. It spawned one thing and only in behind. That's great. Okay. So something is messed up. Because it should be going more forwards into this direction. Maybe something else didn't work out. And now it looks like the component overlap begin didn't work out at all. Okay. Will it work with just simulating? Can I just go like this? It will. Yeah, okay, it doesn't work out. So before I spawn things, I want to see my directions. Let's do debug arrow. Yeah, draw debug arrow. Line start end will be actor. Transform. Let's struct. Let's take this and move it into the given direction, but multiply it by, I don't know, float. 100 meters, so we will have a nice arrow. And this is our line end, this is our line start. Let's quickly debug it. Let's see how I fucked up the mixing basically. Yeah, arrow size this, line color, random color. Can I get it? Random color? No. But I can do random floats. Random float. Yeah, and just connect it here. Duration, I don't know, 4 seconds. Thickness, 2 seconds. And yeah, let's see. Firstly, let's see if I didn't fuck up the debug. And will the propagation direction be correct? Wait a second. Let's move it further. Yep. Now it is showing the correct directions. Okay. Now let's influence it. It's trying to spawn in the exact opposite direction that I am trying to indicate, which is weird. Let's see, wind direction. Yeah, I'm transforming my forward vector. So it should be the same as the arrow, right? My arrow, which is pointing in forward direction. X is forward. I made more stupid errors in the past than that, so let's just print this direction because I might be doing something stupid. print, no, not string, vector, arrow, yeah, draw debug arrow. Maybe there is something stupid in here. Break that I did. Line start is this. Then let's just change, create the actual line end. This. Multiply and to float by 200, and here this is my line and arrow size 3, line color pink, let it be, 3 seconds, thickness, I don't know, 6. Okay, and let's see if we are outputting at least the correct world space into the interaction, into the interface, sorry. I think we did. So why is it trying to go the exact opposite way? That is funny. Let me turn off this wind direction arrow. Yeah, I'm outputting the correct value. So it should mix in more into the right of our screen than what is going on right now. That's not what I wanted to click. I wanted to go here. So we know that. That is correct. We can turn on wind direction not hidden in game, and also I want to see the box. So we can go like this. And line thickness, I don't know, 2. So we know the error is here. The error might be here. Should I be adding or multiplying it? No, multiplying doesn't make sense. Adding it makes sense. Because if I'm pointing up and my wind blows to the right, I want it to go at the angle, right? Regular vector addition. So that's exactly how I want it to be. Or it should maybe depend on the strength of the wind or whatever, but I don't want to deal with strength of the wind right now. Yeah, it basically is going into the exact opposite direction. Huh. The order of addition doesn't make sense. It wouldn't influence this. What is wrong that I... And it is spawning in the wrong direction, so... Because my radius is quite small, if I remember, and it is, this new variable is being used somewhere? Find references by name. No. So fuck that. Some leftover, and propagation radius is just 50 centimeters. It's not big. And it's going the exact opposite way. I'm just changing this direction into this. And that's what I'm trying to mix in. Okay, debug arrow once again. Right now, transform direction should, in my opinion, create the exact same line that we saw before, right? So let's take this. once again, break transform. Yeah, sometimes it happens. Like I have some stupid mistake in here. Most of the time that, you know, people waste in development is trying to find a stupid mistake, right? So from here to, once again, add this multiplied. No, sorry. It was supposed to be transform. This added with this multiplied by direction multiplied by in float 200 once again, and this is our line end. Let's see if I messed up something in here, although it would be super weird, but whatever. I made worse mistakes in my life. Okay. It should still produce an arrow of... And now we know that there's something wrong. Because it actually produced the arrow in the exact opposite in a completely weird direction. Not the one that I was thinking is happening. Okay, so before all this transformation, does something happen to this data? Let's hook it up in here. Right now it's taking the actor transform, right? And the line end is actor transform plus direction in world space to this line end. Now let's see it. It is instantly pointing in the opposite direction. What the... Let's reduce the thickness. I made some stupid error right now that I don't know what it is yet. It is instantly pointing into wrong direction on the flame side of things without even going through transformation. But on the wind side of things, when I'm calling it, it is correct. I am in the world space. I am in the forward of my actor. What is going on? Let me turn that off. Or did I... God damn, I need to turn that arrow off once again. I love the bugs like this. How many times do you have a bug like this when, well, it looks like it should work, but there's just some small error? And then you're spending time mostly debugging bullshit. Because for me, it's been a bane of existence ever since I started doing development. Some stupid error that is hard to find. No, it is pointing in a correct direction on the wind side of things, and after it gets sent through the interface, really, that's where it suddenly is completely wrong. And what the fuck is up with that? Let's change this color into something different. Yeah, those are our... Wow. I have no idea what kind of error I made. Okay, let's look at this. I am changing from world space to the local space of the flame, and I'm using my actor transform as a direction because I want to put it in the local space of my actor, and it's the opposite direction suddenly. From a world space to local space. Yes, and I'm using my actor, which I should. I'm using world space direction as I should, and it should change it into a local space direction that is pointing the exact opposite. What am I missing? Maybe let's just print string in here because I am just flabbergasted. I just want to see if something happens to my data. It shouldn't, but you know. It should be that, and let's put it in here. Print string. It should be two of the same values printed on overlap. And they are. They are pointing as I expected. Into 1x. Wait. Did I messed up and hooked up end to the start or start to the end? Start of arrow, no, and wait a second. No, it's no, it is correct. Okay. So the line start is where the actor is. I'll be honest, I have no idea what the fuck I managed to mess up in such simple thing. But I know it is happening on the flame side of things. I could just reverse the direction after transformation, but that doesn't really fix anything, in my opinion. But wait a second. Get actor forward. But it doesn't actually point in the right direction. I just realized that my actor is look at that. Wait a second. I think I figured something out. Right now I am pointing in the 1, 0, 0 direction. Look at the axis, right? And I will be moving here. And this is pointing into 1, 0, 0 axis, and it is doing it correctly. But when I rotated it, this information for some reason was ignored. The rotation was ignored. The whole rotation that I set up here was kind of ignored. The information that I passed to the flame was still as if it was unrotated. Let's test this hypothesis. Yup. No, right now it is... What? There's something tricky going on. I rotated it 90 degrees and it started spewing in a completely different direction. What is going on? Now minus 90 degrees. There's something weird going on, man. But still, the prints were as if nothing changed. Like the direction was 1, 0, 0 for the actor. No rotation whatsoever. Like the forward of the actor didn't change at all. What in the holy mother of everything? Look at that. There's something weird with the... Oh, actor forward vector is in the world space, and I had the assumption that it was in the local space, and I did some weird transformation of it. Of course, things might have broken. Okay, let's fix that. It doesn't need any transformation. None of this shit. Get actor transform. Split struct. Once again, this and this. It is already in the world space, and I've taken the assumption that it is not. So something weird was happening on this side of things. And now in the flame base, it is world space. Okay, so now I have this. I should be getting different values. Yes. Oh my god, such a stupid error. And now it works the exactly way I intended. Why did I have an assumption that get actor forward vector would be in local space when it is stupid assumption? I don't know. I had mental fart, as they call it. Sorry for that. Stupid mistakes. I know that that's something that will be written on my tombstone. I will die of stupid mistake. Okay, so now we don't need these debug arrows. I don't need any of these. I don't need any of these. I just need this, and this will work out the way I want it to. I can once again turn it here. Let's simulate. Fuck. I won't be able to catch the actor in time. Oh, it already propagated. Okay. Boom. But no flames. Huh. That's weird. What the hell? Another thing that I haven't considered. What if the flame died out? I should revert back to my... Yeah, I should revert. If the wind stops, I should revert. Another missing hole in my design. I should have another function in here. Onward interaction. The function should be the same, but on component begin and overlap. And I want to test out if the engine will crash. Let's check this. No, it didn't. It didn't spawn anything. I don't know why, but... But it didn't crash, so I don't need to check this interface. I can just send... Just send the data. It's good to know. And yeah, I want to have the same exact interaction, but I want to mix out my... so subtract, but instead of here I want to reverse. my vector. What the hell? Ah yes, other actor, just send it. And did I reverse it correctly? Because it's in the world space. Yeah, I should go inverse transform direction, right? Go to local space with it. This time I need to go into local space. Because I would be inversing vector in the global space, which will be treating world space, 0, 0 of the world as a reference point for my vector. And I want to use my actor as a reference point, right? So let me do this. Let me inverse the vector and then get back to the world space again. Transform direction. Now those transformation of directions actually make sense. Now we reversed it in local space, we're going back to the global space, and that's what should be happening when we are exiting. When the flame exits the wind, the wind stops working or gets away from there or whatever. On the end play, I should also probably do something. Okay, but let's see for now. I will go in, go out. Oh, it didn't work out the way I wanted it to. And I still do not have any spawn. So maybe let's take care of spawn in the direction that I want to. Because it should have just spawned things in this direction, and it absolutely didn't. No, I don't want this. I want this. Why it didn't? Debug arrow. Maybe line end should be where maybe let's put the line end in here. Propagation radius. We're going like this. Wait. Where's the addition? Because I'm taking local space direction. No. I think I have the bad spawn transform location from what I see. Because I'm just taking the propagation radius, multiplying it by direction, but I'm not taking the actual actor transform to this. And I should have. What the hell? Wait, what even is all of this? I think I messed up in here. This isn't spawn location in world space. This is just a final. This is a direction. And it doesn't really do anything. So, get actor. Once again, location. I messed up something real big. And now add, not plus, add. Actor location is in world space, of course. So, yeah, it didn't need it because I'm in local space. Okay. So it's like 0, 0 plus this, so it's just this. Okay, and then I'm transforming into world space. Okay, everything is correct. Let's debug it. The flames should have spawned in here, but they didn't. Now I know that it has been calculated correctly. Even if it collides with one, probably my multisphere is too big. Maybe it should be like 25. Let's see. No. Not really. Is my end Z? Of course, I am doing bad trace, I think. Because I'm just taking this actor location instead of this. How did I mess up so bad? It should be this. This is my sphere trace. The actual sphere trace. Jesus fucking Christ, how many times you can make an error? XY. Yeah, I could have used the debug traces. You're right. It was a brain fart on my end. It was absolute brain fart on my end. And we will see in a hot second if I fixed that stupid mistake on my own. Of my own. And show me the money. Yup. Now it's correct. I just messed up with the hooking up points. Now I see how it tries to propagate while being affected. Oh, there's something that still tries to propagate. No, it stopped. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Dexterovsky. I didn't use debug traces because of brain fart. Do you also have these kind of situations where you are debugging something and you're like, oh, what the hell, where's the mistake? And you ask anyone outside of it, they take a one look at it and they're going like, why don't you try this? And you're going, of course, I should have. I've been on both ends of this kind of conversation. This happens. Okay, so I don't need this debug arrow anymore, I think. I can turn that off. I don't think I need that anymore. Here I have this, so I can turn that off for a second here. And I wanted to increase the radius once again, the 50. Yeah. And on the wind side of things, I also might not. Yeah, I don't have any. Great. So now I can turn on the wind direction once again. And yeah, I think it concludes our mixing. It's weird that it spawned like this, or maybe it is not weird. It should look like this. Yeah. Dexterovsky says, I can't count how many times I was deleting my posts on Unreal Source Discord because of embarrassment. I couldn't fix simple thing, and I realized how it was dumb. Yep. Yep, I feel you. I remember posting on Unreal Source Discord a question, getting back to the code, or taking a small break, getting back to the code. Oh my god, I made such a simple error. I don't know, I didn't pass an argument or whatever. I did it, fixed it, went back to Discord, deleted my posts. No one, really saw it. And it was just it wasn't even one of those errors where you should be like, okay, I fixed it, this was the problem. It was like, no, literally it's a brain fart, and nobody probably made this mistake. Right? Yeah, the same way when you have Unreal license, you work for a company and you have access to the Unreal Developers Network, you really need to think through the questions you're asking, because you don't want to, waste time of Epic's engineer on question when they are writing, use this checkbox that is big and you could see it and it's actually well documented. Why didn't you read the documentation? And it's like, oh my god. You don't want to do this. Yeah, so that happens, and this one was one of those mistakes of brain fart. That's a regular thing. That's why I do the streams, how I do the streams, without preparation. So if anyone watches it, they can see that that's how actual development works. And when you have the exact same mistakes, brain farts, etc., it's 100% normal. I don't like those streams where people are preparing beforehand for 8 hours. They are doing one. It's basically a performance, not a stream in my opinion anymore, because they are just in 2 hours doing something that they did in 8 hours. They don't really do those mistakes. They have the whole script. And then you think that's how the development works. No. It's way more humane than some of the things on the internet might lead anyone to believe. Okay, so I have some simple propagation system. I have checking for surfaces. How much time do I have? What I can achieve? I had 30 minutes. Okay, so maybe let's try. I can move this actor far away, wind actor. I would love to add some icon to it so I could see more that it is a wind actor. Fuck it, I don't want to waste time on stream for such thing right now. I know what I can do instead. There was like text renderer, yes. Text renderer, yes, and let's add it just to maybe box. Attach. And let's add it like here, and let's type in wind actor, so I can, if I will have it in the busy level, I can see it way more properly. And can I do something else with it? Text render color, I don't know, like anything else than the gray, because it will, okay, whatever. I would just love to put the big icon, billboard icon in there, but I don't want to waste time with it. What I want to waste time with, okay, I right now propagate flame, but I would love for just moments before the final propagation to create this particle that, or whatever effect that shows the flame is sending a spark through space and it lands on a place, and then that's where the magic happens, right? That's where it hits the ground and the new flame shows up. That way it will be satisfying. Once I can imagine myself as a player, I will knock some brazier with a flame down. It will, go to the ground, start a fire, and then the fire propagates with those visuals. It will be satisfying for a player. Like, yeah, I created this fire, now something will break and I can get through this. It will be a cool visualization that is not going too overboard, but is giving satisfaction to look at. And of course, we need to add sounds. And it's funny, like I spent some time downloading some GDC sound effects libraries on Friday, I think. I downloaded like 40 gigabytes of samples because I was hoping that I will find some good flame samples there, cheesy flame samples, and there was zero. Dexterovsky says, when I have a problem, I try to ask really as a last resort on Unreal Source Discord. I feel that people who are answering there are mad at you why you can't do simple things. Yeah, I get that feeling as well, and I kinda don't blame them. They are super engaged in this community, and I browse through this community almost every day. And the amount of times when someone asks something, and then they're being asked, have you looked at the documentation here and there, and they say just flat out no, or have you tried search function, etc., and the answer is no, no, no. The amount of times that that happens, these folks tend to get mad at it, right? Because during the day on the Unreal General, I think was the name of the topic, sometimes ask some super simple question that actually takes 3 seconds to Google or find in the search bar of the Discord. When you are so engaged as them and you see like so many questions that are exactly the same, I can imagine, you can be frustrated, right? And so I also take the same approach as you, that I ask a question only after I made sure that I tried everything that I could think of, right? None of the people that I know have the answer for me. I couldn't find the answer in the source code of the engine, really. I haven't found anything on forums and Unreal Source Discord. Okay, I'm posting the question. It might be interesting enough that the regular people that are, engaged there, they might look at it and be like, oh, okay, this is something that I never saw. Let's talk, right? But if I have like super specific thing, I'm using, access to UDN, and I ask Epic developers themselves. Because license dictates that they do have to answer me, but also I have to make sure that my question is not basic, because otherwise, they might be angry at us. But yeah, Unreal Developer Network, I wish more people could at least have a reading access to it, right? Because there's lots of cool questions there. But I get it, licensing, NDAs, blah blah blah, and all that jazz. That's blocking it. Okay, but how do I want to make this visualization of this flame just traveling? I want to have a spark that will kind of fly off, or at least moves toward a specific place in a given time. Yeah, I could either delay the spawn just a tad bit just to create this visualization, or I could calculate some time between the spawn and just send spark flying there. I am tempted to just do it in Niagara, create the module that I will give the starting and ending point, and it will be traveling along that from start to the end point on its own. But I kinda don't want to waste the next 30 minutes of figuring out Niagara modules. But that would be the best way, probably. But I never written something like this. Or should I just do a simple implementation of, yeah, let's just spawn the Niagara system and let's just move it inside of this actor. Dexterovsky asks, how packing moves in Unreal works? What do you mean by packing moves? I'm not sure if I understand. In general, that's why I want to use mover plugin in the future, because I can see myself just spawning an actor, giving it mover plugin, creating a move there and the endpoint, and it will just do it, and I wouldn't have to do anything. Here I will have to, you know, probably in the tick, move the actor toward the endpoint. Etc, etc. Ah, okay, this is the completion of what you wrote earlier. So the whole sentence was, yesterday I posted. Ah, okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry. And I see. Yeah, the YouTube chat has limit of characters per message, and the restream fucked it up because it just jumped to the last message, and I haven't seen anything beforehand. So sorry for that. It's a restream that fucked it up a little bit for me. Let me read the whole actual question. Yesterday, Dexterovsky says, yesterday I posted a post with a networking movement problem and nobody responds. This is the second case you can spot on Discord. But I solved it myself after reading some article which explained how packing move in Unreal works. Okay. I get it. Yeah, there is sometimes this problem when you ask a question and no one answers, and you are kind of on the whims of people taking interest in your question and maybe pointing you in the right direction, copying a link, or maybe just explaining to you. I haven't found a sure way of people answering to me. I also sent some questions there, haven't gotten answers. Some of them have gotten answers. I saw that an audio topic, the guys from Epic are there and they are more engaged there, but even they sometimes can miss a question or something, but they are pretty good with that. The same with PCG, the team behind PCG is lurking there and answering questions. Julian and Adrian Logut, they're trying their best. And in mass, Mieszko from Epic also is lurking. He answers some question, but there is actually also a good community of mass users. Megafunk created an excellent example, and this example kind of serves as a documentation for mass. So there are a couple of topics where community is more engaged, but I found out where when it's the C++ or general Unreal, the likelihood of getting your question asked decreases. And in networking, Cedric is also networking and gameplay abilities. Cedric, I think, is also very active. I saw his posts. I never asked questions there, but you know, there's that. And I also think it might be connected to time zone differences. Like, I strongly suspect that most of the users that are answering questions are USA based, so they might not see our questions from European time zone until it gets covered up by all the other stuff, right? But yeah, it tends to happen. That's why UDN is awesome, and I wish non-licensed developers that are just trying out, you know, Unreal or doing something in Unreal and they don't have license yet, they somehow had an access to it, maybe with some ticket system or whatever. Okay. Yeah, I'm leaning right now towards super crude prototype of just, yeah, let's just spawn this Niagara and let's just move it via blueprint script and that's it. And this might be, you know, it for the satisfaction of just propagation. Leksterovsky says, right, it might be differences in time zones. Yeah, I strongly suspect that might be something connected to it, which makes me want to do an experiment and get randomly in the 4 in the morning of Warsaw time zone and ask something and see if the response will happen. JG Unreal. Hi ho and good morning or afternoon it is. Hi man. We're just talking about time zones. What time zones are you in? What country are you from? And how is this Sunday finding you? We're just talking about Unreal Source Discord and getting your question asks here, etc, etc. Oh, you're from Sweden. So similar time zone to, you know, what we were talking about, which is, you know, a Polish time zone. So you might be facing similar thing when you're posting on some forums or discords regarding Unreal, where you're asking a question and it's not getting answered because the guys are asleep over the ocean, right? And before they get to the Discord, it will get blasted with all the messages. Okay, so I just want to right now create the spark of visualization. Yeah, you have the same issue, JG, I see. Yeah. This flame is dying out. It's not on a flammable surface. These ones are, and now I just need to connecting visualization. Okay, so I might just need to do a small calculation. I know when. Do I know when? Okay, let's just start spawning and moving this son of a bitch, right? Yeah, let's first create the arc of a movement over a certain duration and then we'll figure out the timing, because I can go like 4 ways about that. So yeah, maybe let's just spawn this Niagara. I just want to use the exact same Niagara, because why the hell not? Oh, there is an explosion there. Let's look at this explosion. JG Unreal, what are you working on with Unreal? What kind of game? Oh my god, this is such an awesome explosion. I want to trigger that on spawn. Yes, this will be awesome. I want to trigger that when we spawn this shit. I want this Niagara system, spawn system at location. Exactly, that's what I want. JG Unreal says, feels like it's mostly Americans stream Unreal Engine. Yeah, it might, you know, it might be true. It might be true that they are streaming mostly the Unreal Engine. I don't know why though. I know that their size of game development industry is bigger than Sweden alone or Poland alone, but if we combine all of the Europe together, I am not sure if they have more developers that would be able to stream than the whole Europe. So I don't know, I wonder why not that many Europeans are streaming Unreal Engine. That's something to ponder. JG Unreal then answers my question about what they are doing. Just tinkering, making a horror thingy. Oh, what kind of horror thingy? Dexterowski that isn't here is creating like a simple puzzle co-op with players, inventory, and shooting, etc. I'm making right now a simple arcade game that is mostly designed to teach me design, because I work as a C++ programmer in game development. And I want to learn things outside of my regular curriculum, which is why I attempt, you know, a little bit of design and mostly blueprint work, because I don't work with blueprint that often. JG Unreal says, no real plan, lol, single game. Okay, okay, I get you, you're jamming. You're jamming along. Where is this explosion that I found here? Yeah, show me this. I want this on spawn. Single player game. What is the thing that you spend the most time on while you are jamming this game? For me, it is simple mistakes in blueprints that I tend to overlook, and then I have to debug everything, which we were a witness not so long ago. we were a witness to it. Okay, at location, get actor, location. I just saw this and I want to spawn it. Auto release. I want to spawn it and let's see. Whoa! It is so freaking huge. And there's some debris there, but it looks, whoa! I'm not sure if I need any more visualization than that. It is as if my small arcade game is being, you know, visuals are being designed by Michael Bay. It is a little bit too much. A little bit too much. Maybe, I wonder if the scale works on this, so maybe if the scale will affect this. Let's see. Yeah, it does. It actually looks awesome. Scale down. Oh, I love this kind of how to call it, way over the top visuals. JG Unreal says, well, it's very simple at the moment, only blueprints, still testing game mechanics. Ah, yeah, I get you. Prototyping, trying to figure out what the game is all about and find the fun of it. Very good way. Good way of trying to find the fun in the game and having fun at the same time. That's kind of what I am doing. I only took like some basic approach, basic estimations and limitations that my game is about bow and arrow shooting, but it's not archery simulation or first-person shooter, and I'm just running wild with this concept. Right now I'm just, you know, implementing the flame propagation, crude cartoony flame propagation system, because I want player to have the way to manipulate flames and the world to react to those flames via shooting arrows. And we will see what will happen from there, right? Similar situation. I'm not sure what the end result of the whole game will be. Just jamming out, trying to learn more about design that way, and also learn more about blueprints. Okay, so we have something on flames happening, and now I just want to have this spark. Okay, so damn, why I have such a hard time reconciling this in my brain? I'm not sure how to do it. This small spark. I probably should. Yeah, I should do like lerp between between two locations over some time with alpha, and that's it really. But I also want to simulate the up and down trajectory. I'm not really sure how to go best about this spark. I could go Niagara, I could go like this. Okay, I think I need a minute, you know, for toilet break, and I'll be back in a second. I'll clear my head that way. So don't go anywhere, I'll be here in a second. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. So, so yeah, I decided during my small break that I will go Niagara way because I was getting too confused and about, okay, there are like 6 ways of doing it. Let's just do it how I would want to have it if I asked particle artist to work with me that, hey, I just want to spawn a spark and tell it the final direction and the duration of time during which it should go to this direction, right? And it's on particle artist and the Niagara modules to figure out, okay, I will be taking start and end point and duration, and I need to figure that out, right? So let's try to do this particle. I'm not sure if I'll be able to finish it today. I'm not a great Niagara artist, but we will have something going on for the next design stream. Let's get back to this candle because I might want to use just this candle. Particle. There's actually candle fire like that. Yeah, so let's take this whole system and copy it to our own stuff. Cosmetics, both projectile targets, flames, whatever. What kind of artistic styles are you guys choosing for your projects? Or did you even, what I'm trying to ask, were you at this point in time where you were able to decide this, or are you still before that? How are you going about this? Because for me, I decided to put it at the last moment until after I found what this game is about. But I'm wondering and kinda taking a statistic question, what approaches other people have, because I'm not certain how, you know, what would be the best way. Maybe, you know, we could start thinking about some art assets before? I'm not sure. Like, what is your guys' approach to that? Okay, now I'm working with this end candle fire, and I want to place it here and name it Niagara system propagation spark. Let's just call it that. And oh, it is beam emitter. It is ribbon renderer. Oh, so I'm not sure if I would be able to move the whole goddamn thing in here. Okay, so let's do it differently a little bit. Let's delete this and create the new Niagara from the start. Where the hell effects? Yes, Niagara system. None of that. Let's just create empty. And Niagara system, once again, propagation spark. Dexterovsky answers to my question about art styles and art in general. I want to go realistic graphics and things, but in a simple way, not very detailed. Okay, realistic graphics, but not super detailed. So, for example, are you using mega scans from Quixel or not? Or are you searching, do you have like some good source of such realistic assets that are not super detailed but still invoke realism? Barabas, hi Barabas! Barabas answers, I was thinking about some cartoonish style, something like Sea of Thieves, where characters can look realistic but also goofy and it all looks rather good. Or maybe anime cell shading, something that can age well. Okay, so you kinda wanna create a style that will look good regardless of what resolution it is being rendered with. Okay. That is interesting approach. It might be also hard, right? Because damn, you have to be a good artist for that. Or have a good artist working for you. I suck with visual arts. I tried to learn how to draw. I drew a couple of Dragon Ball Z and Chrono Trigger characters and realized that it is way fucking harder than I thought. And I know that if I will be doing some art for this game that I'm working here, for sure I will be asking some artist help with that. Maybe I'll do some stream when I will be talking with such artists about stuff, etc, etc. I don't know when we will get to this point, when that's where there will be the decision. But I know that I suck at this kind of thing. Maybe at the point where this will matter, I will be able to hire someone. Yeah, for sure. When we are working just on game mechanics, we just want to have some kind of art, right? Okay, let's open our propagation spark. This is empty. Of course, particle state, etc. We have our sprite renderer. We need emitter spawn. We should add something and spawn rate. Number of particles per second to spawn. I only want 1. That's it. And now I want, let's name this into propagation spark. Barabash, have you seen the flame propagation that I did, or did you just join in? And I have a strong assumption that you just woken up, like the last time. Nexterovsky says about the art, I think I will use megascans, but only for foliage and whole external environment. Ah, okay, so for like biomes, etc, foliage. Yeah, it is a good look. Although they right now did, what is it called, fab or something like this instead of the regular marketplace, and now the Quixel megascans won't be free as they used to be, but they will be adding free packages. There's like this whole mess. I haven't even dug deep into it. I only saw on Unreal Source people complaining about Fab not being released too early and completely fucking up everything, that I was just like, okay, I'm not touching that until I have to, until they fix it, because something is wrong there. But Abbas says, no, today I woke up earlier because I had an appointment. I joined. Oh, it's funny. It was showing me, instead of this emoji that you sent, it was showing me pizza emoji. And I was thinking, your appointment was pizza in the morning? I love these appointments. So, Barabbas said, no, today I woke up earlier because I had an appointment. I joined 20 minutes ago, so I saw little. And then Dexterovsky adds, but you have to claim these mega stands before 2025. Wait, what? So, you mean to tell me that if I won't go into my mega scans library, Fab or whatever, and I won't claim these, after January 1st, all of that will disappear for me? Oh, okay, I have to manage some time for clicking through all those things. What is it, like super painful to click through all these things, or did they create the button like, yeah, claim everything? I've been using this shit for years. I hope so. So Barabbas, I created a simple, very crude, cartoony propagation flame system where you can steer by curve where the flame will propagate. If it falls on flammable surface, the flame stays on, grows bigger and bigger, and spawns more flames. If it spawns on something that is not flammable surface, the flame will die out, as you can see. And you can affect that with my wind actor that I don't know what the system will be at the end, and I cannot click it because I don't know. And it will affect the direction of propagation. So now wind is blowing to the right, so nothing is getting spawned on to the left, etc, etc. It's a very simple and crude system. But the way I intend to use it is that players would be able to create some flame somewhere and maybe by wind influence it the way the propagation goes. Dexterovsky answers my question about megascans. If you won't claim it, it will be paid after 1st January. If you won't claim, there is dedicated button for it, hopefully. So I have to log in there and click through it. It's painful. It should be automatically migrated. Yeah, you have your Epix account, you're using Unreal Engine, and you also have your Quixel account. We're migrating everything by default. I don't know how I feel about them not doing it automatically, but okay, I will reserve some time. We have some days to do it. Oh no, I'm at the end of my stream and I didn't manage to do the spark. Shit. Okay. Let's create my own also effects script. Niagara dynamic input script. I don't know what that is, but Niagara module script. I think that's what I'm searching for. Spark movement. It probably could be done with just a ribbon emitter, now that I think of it, and animating it via material or something. I need to rethink this. I don't think I will do it in 5 minutes. I just wanted to create a module that moves it and, you know, with just script, so thinking like a coder, but I was supposed to not think like a coder on this. Fuck. Yeah, I will on the next stream try to do it like the particle artist would do it. Probably use a ribbon, probably just animate it via material or something like this and be done with it. Barabbas says, nice, even wind affects it? Almost Breath of the Wild. Not to the level of Breath of the Wild, but I have to say, once I said it at the beginning of the stream, once I saw the GDC presentation that was leaked, I'm not sure if it was properly released, but I saw the leaked presentation of when they were talking about how they created gameplay for Tears of the Kingdom. It changed something in my brain that I cannot turn off. about creating gameplay systems without direct implementation, which is what I do every day. And yeah, I repurposed or created a new flame system in this stream. I was trying to do something on the last stream, but I deleted parts of it and I need to delete all of it. And that way I will have this flaming system or just fire propagation system that I could create multiple tools to interact with, which in turn gives multiple ideas for the player interaction and good play. So yeah, it definitely affected me. But it's the same way where, Half-Life 2 showed up and showed all of those interactions. It changed something in so many developers. And those presentations, like, yeah. I truly think there is a game design thread connecting Half-Life 2 and Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. I feel like similar parts of my brain are engaged while playing those two games. Dexterovsky says, regarding the quickstone, why not automatically? Because some people will forget about it and then they will must pay for it. Yeah, that's what I'm fearing. That was their motivation, and my judgment is it sucks because they are making money anyway. Is it that bad that they need to go resort to these tactics? Man, it sucks. There'll be so many companies that will forget about claiming it, and because they already are using it in the project, they will have to pay for it. I don't like this method of making money from companies. Okay, I think in 4 minutes I will be ending the stream, so I don't think I will manage. I'm not a particle artist first, and even if I was, I probably wouldn't be that good to bang out this in 4 minutes. So maybe let's just talk for those 4 minutes, and I'll be closing the stream. And let's put this simulation in the background, full screen. Yeah, boy. Michael Bay explosions, etc. Let's end this with the bang. Dexterovsky says, sad but true. Yeah, it is sad. I don't like these tactics from game companies. Not only game companies, every company. It's kind of dirty, in my opinion. It looks nice. I clicked Alt P. My Alt P, I think, just broke. Okay. Yeah, explosions. So on the next stream, I think I will also be doing game design stream. I will do this Niagara spark of propagation so it will look even better. Maybe this time I will find a good effects library with sound effects instead of... I mean, those GDC libraries are good. It's just I downloaded tens of gigabytes of it and there was not single flaming sample there. So I will try to hook up, sounds in there. And I think we'll be playing around with the concept of putting out flames. And that in turn might already be giving us ideas of, okay, so we should have a flaming brazier that if you hit, it will propagate some flame around, or maybe it will break, or maybe there will be a bubble of water that we can hit and it will put down flames. Or, something, wooden boxes, or maybe we have to break something so the water will start flowing and create, will put out all of the flames, etc., etc. There is lots of things that we could consider here, or turn on some wind turbines, or maybe we could have wind arrow or something. I don't know, but just this simple system I think gives enough fertile ground for experimentation, for gameplay. So when you, Barabas, you already, said that you want to be the player that will be playing it and reviewing it. So you, Barabas, will be approaching this level and will be, whoa, I can do it in so many ways. Or you'll be like, this fucking sucks. Ado, you should have done this better. That is also possible. Okay, guys. I think I will be ending this. Let's play it one time. And why it is... I wanted... What is going on? No, Alt P doesn't work in my Unreal. That sucks. Okay. I just wanted to play it for the last time. And let's take it, let's move it here and influence this flame propagation. Yeah, boy. Yeah, I can already see how you can play around with the concept of steering the propagation of flame. Maybe creating a flame that propagates more often. So player is required to create impromptu flamethrower via his arrow or turn his arrow into flamethrower or whatever. There's lots of stuff we could do with this concept. Barabash says it will be glorious. Yeah, you will be probably so hard on this. But the feedback that I will be happy from is like, okay, it's buggy. It kind of sucks and it looks ugly. But I had fun. There was some fun to be had. If you work on it, it might turn into something. That's the feedback that I am aiming for. If there will be nothing fun about it and everything sucks, it means I have to go back to the drawing board. Yeah. So, without further ado, I hope you guys have a nice rest of Sunday. Get a good rest, guys. And see you next Sunday. We'll be doing more of this stuff. I'll probably be making more mistakes that I will be having to fix. But, you know, we'll be playing with this propagation stuff and try to create some cool gameplay with it. Dexterovsky says, thank you for your time. See you next time. Have a nice day. Have a nice day too. I hope you have a productive days, a good week, etc., etc. Bye, guys. It was awesome having you here. See you next Sunday. Bye.